There we go. It's not a Brandon stream without at least one thing that I did wrong. We have sound. Oh, that means the standby screen wouldn't have been playing space music either. Oops. Anyway. Gotta love updates. 1st of June, signing key for ROS 2 expired, breaking all of your containers' ability to use apt. Fun! It did, in fact, not play music. Okay, let me make sure that that's going to be fixed for the ad break screen. It should have relinked automatically when I switched over back to... when I hit my, like, resynchronize everything button. Let's see... Music player to the music, and the monitor goes to OBS. Yep, it's all right. It is correct now. Anyway, we had a big Pyanodons update. You can see all of the migrations appear to have run. Most of these we don't care about. They're not actually in the base at all yet. You can tell which ones are. Seaweed to Seaweed 1, I think is probably fine. I don't remember anything about Seaweed. These oil boilers to oil boiler legacy is a fun one, and we can talk about that if we get to it. But I think all of that is fine. The thing that I'm concerned about is that there was a bug fix in Factorio itself. If we think way back to, like, episode 3 or something, when I did Steel for the first time, we might recall that heat pipes did not behave like normal pipe inputs and didn't rotate and mirror correctly. That has been fixed in Factorio. But what that means is that any buildings that have heat pipes that I may have rotated or mirrored may or may not correctly still be connected to their heat pipes. So I have to go checking around the base for heat pipes and make sure that things are clean. Other than that, I didn't notice anything in the Pyanodon's changelog as far as recipes that I thought would break the base. There was a buff to soil extractors, so I need like half as many of them, but that's not going to break anything. That just means I have spares in a bunch of places. But what we're concerned about is like... Yeah, look at that. See? All these guys got their heat output on the wrong side. So this is going to be... the stuff that we have to look out for. I've got some incubators scattered around in various places. This is an incubator. That heat input looks fine for this one. It's not actually doing anything, but yes, the heat input is in the right place. Down here are more incubators. Yeah. Oh, I had these set up weird. Apparently I had all these set up so that they were all like... Oh, because I couldn't mirror them properly before, but I think this is how they were supposed to be set up. No, but this breaks... Ooh. Because they need to be facing this way for the Zogna. Okay, so this setup is just broken, in fact. And I'm going to have to come over here and do some fixes for it. Because we're going to need to bring this heat pipe up over. This is the thing where, like, the fluids were mirrored, but the heat pipes weren't. Or something like that. So this is the type of issue that I was expecting to find at least once in the base. Fortunately, there aren't that many buildings that use heat, right? So, let's go fix Zogna there before I forget about it, and then we can move on to, whatever our priority for the base for today's project needs to be. Last week I spent a bunch of time working on a to-do list, so we will at least have Alright, I'm gonna have to go get more heat pipes. We at least have a to-do list for today, but we'll see how much putting out fires we have to do on the way to actually getting that to-do list running. Is science stopped? Yeah, we don't have red science. Cool. Why is red science stopped? Probably, oh, because I don't have stone. Right, we've talked about this. Actually, why are you stopped? You have wood. Item ingredient shortage. Wood and sodium hydroxide. Why? Disabled by control behavior. Oh, because we have plenty of this. For once, this isn't the bottleneck. Oh, hi, Mekajid. Welcome in. Okay. We're stopped then on glassware. Oh, right. And glassware is broken because, like, stone is broken, right? It comes all the way down to, like, here. And then we're not getting stone for some part of the process. Yeah, okay. We're not getting moss into the rocks because we don't have enough stone. Right. Okay, that's fine. I remember now. Let's grab heat pipes. Do I have heat pipes up here? I do. I should just add a stack of heat pipes to my normal requests. And then let the bots bring me some heat pipes. The question is, where else might I have... Oh, that searches for recipes. I think there's a mod that lets me actually search for buildings, but like, where else might I have incubators sitting around? Because these are the ones I'm concerned about because they're very asymmetric with their heat and fluid inputs. And unfortunately, I don't... Oop, here's one. But this doesn't have fluid inputs, so it's okay. And the heat pipe is fine there. Anything down here? I don't think so. There's this one. Ooh, this might be broken. Nope, I think this one's okay. Yeah, this is going fine. Somehow. Cool. We might have gotten pretty lucky with the build here, as far as the heat pipe changes go. This one's fine, the one down below was fine, none of this is incubators. I think it's just the one incubator down making, Zogna bacteria that's going to be a problem for me. I'm just letting the bots bring me a few more heat pipes, so I'm pretty sure that I have enough, and then we can go do that. And then we're going to have to jump on our to-do list for today, which I'm pretty sure starts with stone, because stone is totally broken in this base. There we go. And then all the rest of these are already set up correctly. I could change this to use fewer heat pipes with some, like, mirroring if I felt like it, but I don't feel like it, so... I think that is good. Now, the next thing we need to do is start on stone. I think I decided this was a pretty good... Ooh! I have a broken... Train cannot find path to destination. What's your destination? Tinilmabard. What are we picking up? This is picking up bitumen. So that means it either needs to go to... asphalt? This build is asphalt. Tenilmabard. Oh, did I change this one to be longer? I know I changed some of the... Yep, there we go. We're missing one track there. Okay, that's an easy fix. At least two. So we'll fix that. And then we'll get Stone Mine going. Right, that is the top priority item. Yeah, Stone Mine going, and then we start working through our requirements for all of the things. Nitrogen, Augs, and Aug Slaughter are so that we can get blood, because that's ultimately our goal down here is blood. Everything else on rails is going to be... or all the other animal parts on rails is going to be a little bit of a pain until we have more demand for animal pieces sort of across the board. There we go. That should be able to route through now. Yep, there it goes. Perfect. Okay, so I think I had kind of decided on, like, this stone patch. Let's look at our stone patches. Yeah, that one's 13 million. A lot of these other ones are smaller or in worse places. So we'll do this 13 million stone patch right there. That works for me. I go in over here. That is much further south than I want. How about here? That is maybe... that should work. Oh, this needs 3 stations, doesn't it? Because it needs a drop-off for the mining fluid for stone. Almost forgot about that. So we're going to need the longer... Okay. Let's grab... not that one. Copper? Is this a reasonable one to copy and paste from? I think it is. I will end up with more of all of this stuff on myself shortly. More miners and stuff are not going to be a problem. I will grab them when I go up to base, because we are going to have more stations to build anyway. Let's see. We need 2 solid pickup stations. Bop. Bop. Let's see. Each of these needs to get split. Press this down to 2 lanes. Do I need the second compressor? Whatever, doesn't hurt. No, I don't, because we're always going to take 2 lanes out. Or 2 belts out, I should say. Alright, that is stone. And then the other one will be the Keragen output. Not sure if that's actually necessary, but doesn't matter. Take this one over and this one over. Okay, so that gives us a station for stone, a station for Keragen, each of which is pulling 2, and these are actually double belts, which means that, because these will output stacked, which means that this is more capacity than these stations can possibly handle. Now that I think about it, I will need to upgrade these stations to stack inserters. Which means making lubricant and getting that ready to go. So I'll have to think about that relatively soon. I've been avoiding doing stack inserters, but can't avoid it forever. And then all of this needs power. That part, and then we're going to need a fluid drop-off station. Can go right here. And let's make sure that we fix this part. I cannot make you. I have no steel. That's a thing I can fix. Our request here is going to be Bolic oil. That's 70,000. And we have to route that over here. Okay, so this should be stone and carriage and pickup along with the carbolic oil there. This will be fine. Now we need to do the rail setup up at base to replace our stone mine with a couple of train stations. This is gonna be the fun part. Every time I have to get the rail base hooked up to the rest of the old base in some new way, I'm always very nervous. But I am especially nervous about this. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna replace this thing with a clover leaf. We're going to start by, like, removing everything here. And we're going to have to fix some stuff. This is going to break things. That is my concern. But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll figure it out. Am I out of rails? I'm out of rails. That is less fine. But yeah, like all of this, we're going to have to route things around because these are broken. Oh no, this is fine because this is all above ground. It's just that one little piece that's broken. Same here. This needs... Ooh, okay. That's fine, actually. Because these will run right through. Think we're okay. Think we're okay. Cool. I really thought we were going to break this, but it seems like it came out okay. Let's go grab a bunch of belts, or not belts, rails. The rail recipe got a buff, now that I can actually make plenty of rails. What else did I need? I needed a bunch of blue inserters. Let's see if those are being made or if they're broken right now. We have blue inserters. Okay. Wow, apparently enough of this actually got laid down that it didn't, or that trains were able to direct themselves where they needed to go, which is impressive. I would have thought it would be more broken than that. Alright. Now here's where it gets weird. This is going to come right through here. Yeah, okay. And it's going to break some pipes. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I think we're okay. I was worried that pulling this through here was going to be a more significant issue. But it looks like we did okay. Do I have room for one more of these? The answer appears to be no. We're butting up into stuff there. Okay, I do want to finish mining up what's available here, just so the patch is cleaned up. So we're going to do that. There we go. And then on the other side, let's see, we got like one here, 1, 2, 1, 2, sure. All right, so that's 6 on each side, so it'll be partially balanced at least. We got this pump coming in here. That is fine. Hook those up. Hook. And this one. Oh, look at that. That's awful. I love it. Okay. So this is, what have we got here? We've got a lane. This is a mixed belt. I'll put priority right. Stone. Let's just get that hooked into the system. Actually, let's hook you in here. And I'll save this other input for other things. This, we don't even need this anymore, because this is what feeds stone from the old base to the rail base. And we don't want to do that anymore, because that'll just be a big loop of stone from our stone mine to here back to the rail base, and that would be silly. So I think all of this goes away, and this just becomes this. And then here, Carrigen just needs to go up and into the system. Okay. So that's a little bit of stone going back to the main base now, or the belt base, I should say. And this will finish up whatever we can pull out of the ground here. And let's get... Yeah, this is going to have to be like a loop here, I think. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we're going to have down here... fluid pickup station. Very top. Boom. This is going to be for the... I don't have chain signals, really? Well, we're close to base. I can grab those instead of building them, because I have heaps of them. Somewhere I have heaps of them. Right here is where I have heaps of them. I should actually add those to my standard requests, shouldn't I? There we go. And now the bots will bring them to me. More things for the bots to do so that they can never, ever be free. Okay. And then the carbolic oil needs to come down from this whole area. Oh, really? Oh, well. There we go. This will slowly fill up over time. And then we're going to have 2 solid drop-off stations here. One for stone and one for the keratin. Oh, I guess it can be one station, can't it? How much space is in one of these? 120? Okay. So yeah, 60 and 60. All right. And then on the outputs, we're going to have half of these filtered to stone and half to keratin. So that is a belt of stone, which will need to come up, and it becomes this belt right here, which is fine, actually. Go up and over here. You know what I can actually do? There we go. I'm probably going to have to try to get more carbolic oil, which is annoying, but can be done at least. All right, and then, oh, the other part of this is I have to hook up the keratin. Right. Okay, so that'll be stone and Keragen coming up here. Keragen just gets burned off, as it always has, in exactly the same place, in exactly the same way. Stone will get fed into base alongside what we're mining here. Just in case, not that it should ever happen, but let's prefer to pull from this if we can, instead of from the rest of the system. And then this can basically all be... There we go. And I can repurpose this station for something else that needs to come from the belt base to the rail base. For now, it's just a dead station. And then this could also be upgraded with stack inserters pretty readily once I have stack inserters. So there we go. I think that's, well, sort of stone fixed. We have to wait until we get enough carbolic oil that this can send it down to... Let's double check all of our oil processing just to see, make sure we're not backed up on anything. Okay, that's backed up on middle oil availability, which is fantastic. These are all just running consistently. This all looks like it's running consistently. Everything's green. What about this build? This build is my nemesis. Yeah, missing middle oil. And missing tar coming in. Okay. But that's, like, as fast as these guys can go, right? We're not backed up on any of their other outputs here. Coal gas, no. Tar, definitely not. Okay. Yeah, this is all running fine. So we are getting as much carbolic as the base can manage right now, which is not a lot, but... what I should probably do... is be pumping this in here. Yeah, now all of these are missing required fluid. Maybe that's not great. Yeah, the pump is getting... How do I best handle that? I guess I could put an overflow valve in from this system to... There we go. So now this will fill up as long as it can, as much as it can. It's going to take a minute for all of these guys to fill up on their fluid before they overflow again. And eventually it'll start overflowing back to the rest of the system. Alright, we do have stone going into the base again. in various paths. There's moss. Moss is not getting a lot of it yet. That's this. Okay, it's going to take a while for this stone path to back up, I think. Where does this go? Oh, this moss. Oof, okay. Are these guys all broken on moss? They are. Oh my god. Yeah, I let stone get very, very bad. Okay. Yeah, this is going to take a hot second. And as far as being able to, like, get more carbolic oil... I mean, there's no new recipes. It's just do more tar processing. Unfortunately. Well, I think we just kind of have to wait and see if this ever gets itself going again. Like, previously we were making more stone than this, so I do expect this system to, like, yeah. This will eventually start overflowing the carbolic oil to the rail base, and then from there, we'll start getting stone back. This will get the occasional load of stone from other bits of the base. I can run down, I guess, now that I've got more miners, and finish building the area down there. And then we'll move on to the next thing, and we will hope that we kind of stabilize on stone. As I turn more stuff on the rail base, and I've said this before, we will get more and more, like, stone as a byproduct coming from various metal processing and other things, and that will eventually also, you know, supplement what we had to set up this mine for. But for now, a lot of that is stalled out. There we go. And all of these should just say they're missing fluid. Yeah. Yeah, this will get up to 80 very soon, and then it'll start overflowing a little bit into this system again, and we will eventually get enough that this turns on. Man, it almost looks like I could run these guys split slightly, so we got more, we could get more, whoops, more throughput here if we wanted to, from running this into, like, 2 belts instead of all into 1. Not sure it's worth it, but it could be done. Yeah, maybe I will actually go up there and do that. Although that would mean less carbolic overflowing from this setup into the main, into the rail base, because these would be running more frequently. So trade-offs, but I think right now I need as much stone running continuously as possible while I sort of wait for the system to turn on in the rail base. So I think it does make sense to go in there and readjust that. I will take the couple of minutes that it's going to take to do that as a worthwhile investment. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 12 machines in total. So 3 on the left-hand side there, and 3 on the right. Then here, there's 3 and 3. There we go. That'll be much closer to a full belt of both stone and keratin. It won't quite be a full belt, I don't think. Nah, we're seeing 12 and 14 on some of these, not consistently 16, but it will certainly do a better job of draining this patch and a better job of saturating this system. Oh, one of my stone belts is already fully backed up again. Or very nearly. I guess it has to back up through this before it gets up to this splitter, but still. It looks good to me. Yeah, look at that. Backing up beautifully, and then we're going to be sending pretty much a whole belt on down to the rest of the system. Cool. And then this is the one that feeds moss and stuff like that. So this is the one that needs to turn on for lots of things to start working. This one, I think, is the one that loops around and, like, feeds in from the other side of the base. My stone routing is weird in this base, but yeah, we've got most of a full belt coming through, and once we get our first delivery here, we'll get another full belt going through, so I think we're going to be okay, at least in the short term. Like, once this mines out, the question will be, like, can we maintain the throughput we need from just the rail base side, like, feeding into this system? Will that be enough? We will have to see. But yeah, this is not... I'm not sure this is even feeding enough carbolic for this to keep running all 12 of these consistently. Seems like this number is going down, not up, on what's in this pipe. So this may never overflow, unless this, like, fully backs up. Which I guess is fine, because I do want it to finish this first, but... yeah, that's the one that comes in on this side and feeds moss, so... once that starts coming through here, I'm going to be much happier. And that is, like, somewhere around here. Yeah, there's, like, the fuller part of the belt. Alright. I'm going to say that stone is fixed for now. And we're going to move on. And what we're moving on to is nitrogen. on rails. This is a pretty small build. I think I'm basically duplicating this. I think I'm exactly duplicating this. 10 of those, 2 of those. All right. And the rest of what I need for this is just pipe and the stuff for a station, which I do have. Yeah. So I think once the bots bring me the buildings I need... Yeah, missing required fluid. So that is what I expected, is we can't actually sustain even this much consistently. But I'm hoping that this stone will eventually back up too. Like, remember, this is over a belt of stone. Because it's double stacked. So as it starts to get further into the system, yeah, it's just not even to the spot where it would start backing up yet, right? Because this comes all the way down here, and feeds eventually these guys. And that just hasn't even started thinking about backing up yet. And then same with moss on the other side. But, like, it's been just a trickle so far on those, so I think once we start to hit this, like, 2/3 of a belt, slightly more even, in each direction, hopefully that will allow things to start to buffer. And then I think everything else up here is still broken on rubber. And rubber is broken because rocks are broken because moss is broken. It's all cycles. Alright, we have our DDCs, we have our pressure pumps. Let's go set up this nitrogen. It can be basically anywhere. We're backing up on biocrud here again. That's less than ideal. Oh yeah. Once again, the whole row that's supposed to be fat is biocrud. Damn it. Okay. This biocrud is a thorn in my side right now. This is a bad idea, but it should at least keep the system moving. There we go. That'll unblock lard. Unblock lard. Keep this moving. Keep this moving. There we go. And lard coming out on the side again. No bad ideas, just happy accidents. Yeah. We'll see about that. But this should also, as this pulls through and unblocks the lard, we should see... How backed up on blood are we? We're pretty backed up on blood. What we should see is that this can run a few recipes of these, which will start also pulling some of the guts through. And that'll pull through, like, there's a lot of spoiled guts that's jerky now in the system. And once that starts to pull through, on this side, that'll burn a bunch of this bio crud as well. Alright. Oh, Twitch is running ads. I missed the pop-up that was about to happen. That's fine. I'm just going to watch this and see if it manages to stabilize itself. So I'll do that while the ad break is running. So yeah, we're pulling lard through again, which is great. Blood is... already... Oh, we're already, like... Yeah. I guess we didn't have that much backed up. Oh yeah, because when science isn't running... Of course, these guys aren't being slaughtered, so we're not making blood. That makes sense. Okay, that's... well, fine. Here we go. This is what I wanted to see. Yeah, these guys are pulling through enough guts now that the guts that are turning to jerky on the belt is getting pulled and looping through. This is what I wanted to see. And then, yeah, jerky, 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 jerky. Good. We're pulling stuff through. The jerky's getting filtered out of the guts pathway, which is what we want to see. This is all still totally backed up, which is gonna be a problem eventually, but it's not a problem right now. I should do something right here. Jerky there. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. I'm just still fooling around with this system a little bit. Alright, I just added this here, which is going to relane When we have stretches like this, where all of our guts have turned into jerky on this belt, this just pushes that to the right lane and will make room in the left lane to pull guts from here, which is something that we need to be able to do. This system is just fully backed up on BioCrud, and there's not a lot we can do about that. But as jerky pulls through, some of the BioCrud will get burned off. Slowly but surely, but for now it's all kind of being transferred to this holding station. Given how much we have across these two things, I don't see us pulling from this belt anytime soon. So I do need to find a better way to get rid of BioCrud, or I need something else to feed into all of this machinery, which could be, you know, whatever I'm slaughtering for blood in the main base will, a lot of stuff will eventually turn into jerky, and we'll be able to feed that into this system. But yeah, there we go. Lots of jerky draining through, draining through, draining through. This is going to pull up fresher guts from the other end. I think as far as the other end goes, hey, we're actually out of guts. I'm shocked that we're out of guts at this end. That's wild. We're actually caught up. Brains not so much. Brains are still slowly spoiling into jerky, but like... cool. Although, this system hasn't been running for a while because stone's been busted, so... who knows? But... yeah, this is starting to look good to me. And then down this way into this system. Oh yeah, this is starting to back up too. Love to see it. Love to see it. These are turning back on. Okay. And again down here. Yeah, we're caught back up to guts along this part of this belt. Anything that spoils kind of in this section still has to wait until like the next sorter to get like filtered out of the guts pool, but that's fine. And then lots of this jerky coming through now, which is going to be, I mean, ultimately power and a BioCrud sink. Okay. This is not working great, but it is working. Oh, and we do have more of this stuff spoiling, though. Yeah, we're out of blood. That's what I would have expected. This system just isn't going to be slaughtering any of these guys until we have a demand for science again. And that science demand is basically waiting on all of this moss to, like... okay, and it has. It's resaturated a bunch of the wood. Okay. That's looking good. So we are going to be slowly starting to push moss then back into... these systems here. Okay, yeah, this is where it needs to be. On this side of this belt, which is this splitter here. Okay. So we are waiting for all of this to, like, saturate so that it's consistently sending moss over to this position. And that means, yeah, this belt needs to finish backing up. Which is almost is. And then everything will start coming through here. And this is the moss that actually feeds rocks. Okay. So they're very, very close to turning back on. And then this system is functioning for now. Here we go. More jerky coming through. And then, yeah, every time we pull through jerky, we will pull... Whoops. Just a little bit of biocrud as well. Yeah, as soon as this gets enough of this biocrud out of the way for the jerky in here to all come through, this is going to be a, it's going to open a minor floodgate. But yeah, I think without blood coming into this setup, we're pretty much... stuck here. And we're not going to get blood again until rocks kind of fully turn back on. Which right now is blocked on... I mean, things are slowly... Yeah, these are going to steal all the moss on this side as they kind of initially go through. So it's going to take a minute until these can get moss. There might be too many cages in this loop too, but that's a different problem. Maybe it'll be fine once it's actually running consistently again. Alright, yeah, these are still grabbing moss. And then, yeah, as the moss comes around, these guys should start to collect it. This guy's backed up on spoilage. Oh. What? I'm confused why this is stopped here. What's going on there? Can't really tell under the trees. Oh, there was a missing belt my bots just put in place. Wow. How long has that been broken? Alright, so now this one will start to turn on. This one should have already turned on. This one's starting to go. Okay. And then these guys are just waiting until there's space on the belt to put their stuff in. There we go. Well, sort of. It's gonna take a minute for all of this to, like, rebalance and restart. This whole system is a little fragile. There we go, but you can see these guys are filling themselves up now. And we're gonna have big gaps in the belt now for all of the other inputs to fill. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. These are off, apparently. Yeah, 120 is the cap. Okay, and we've got cocoons again. Okay, okay. It's getting there. It's not happy, but it's getting there. Oh, and you're stopped on moss. Yeah, it's gonna take a few loops for everything to saturate again. Huh. I didn't realize I was putting the empty barrels on the input belt on all of this. Maybe I should change that so that we're not doing that, because that seems bad. Empty barrels not out this way, please. Just because this is a pretty tight sushi belt, there's not a lot of spare slots in it. So, like, putting the empty barrels when we don't need them. There we go. That should work better now. A little bit better. Just there's a little bit more room on this now because we're not filling it with empty barrels and... And then we've got a couple of these turned on. Oh, these are blocked on empty barrels because I haven't actually done what I needed to do with them. Perfectly dosed sushi. Exactly. There we go. Those empty their barrels out. Okay, then these guys are going to be re-grabbing inputs again because they were sitting full on barrels while I was getting that rewired. Is this actually working now? Maybe. Hopefully is the answer, but... I don't think I've readjusted our inputs for this, based on... What is feeding into... Oh, of course. Eh? Oh. That's a bug. Oops. Yeah, don't want that going there. It's just, oh, and also, this is still its own little isolated bot network, and the bots are now clearing my trash slots into this storage bay. It's fine. Yeah, this system's broken because, well, a couple of reasons. One, because we didn't have outputs for BioCrud. Yep. Well, that appears to actually be the big reason. We didn't have outputs for BioCrud. But also, we shouldn't have been feeding in these level 1 cocoons. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Let's clear that, and then all of this also needs outputs for filtering. Actually, I can do it. Biomass and... Oops. Because I do want this system to still be running. Like, these guys are making my Vrock modules. I do need them to work. But that should get these draining. I could probably turn this off, because this is kind of a waste of resources. This Phase 2 Vrock breeding part of all of this. Actually, what I should do is just turn off this. And that should throw that in one of those machines. Yeah. That way, if for some reason I ever do need to turn this back on, I can. These guys should all be... Well, they're trying to run. Yeah, this is just still... trying to clear out these rock cocoons and having a hard time of it. Once the cocoons are cleared out, we should have no problem with this being able to reinsert more, more flora, and then this whole system can turn back on. But the belt is just clogged up with tier 1 cocoons, which shouldn't be here in the first place. When I flipped this belt, there must have, like, not been extra cocoons, and I didn't realize that this was going to flood the whole thing with cocoons. Anyway, that's fine, or it will be momentarily. This system is fine, quote-unquote. We're getting... Yeah, this didn't fully drain. I didn't expect it to. As more stuff, like, spoils in the back end, it will eventually clear itself out, hopefully. I'm still worried that we've got too much bio-crud and nowhere near enough jerky for this to actually work, but yeah, we'll find out. Here we go. We're starting to run this system again. We have some meat coming out. We have some rocks backed up. Which means we should be making at least a token amount of latex now. And we are. Oh, and this is carbolic oil, by the way. All of this chitin that we get from these guys, 100% just turns into carbolic oil. So that's a little more stone as well, which will help keep the system running. Oh, I didn't even check these guys. They look okay on their heat. That looks okay. Oh, what about down here? Does any of this use heat? These guys use heat. There we go. That's probably how I had them at one point. Anything else? Advanced foundries in other places? I don't know. I'll probably keep finding them that are screwed up on their heat inputs, but... hard to deal with. At any rate, where is... that was up here. We do have rubber coming through a little bit. Yeah, not a lot of latex coming through yet, but some as the rocks turn back on, and then that goes off to where it needs to go. Cool. And here, we're stopped again. Oh, I'm an idiot. It helps if we actually put the barrels in the barreling machine. Alright, and these are running, one is running, one is still waiting on cocoons. Okay. This system should be working again now, though. I am not sure why there's a storage chest in here. But these rocks can all go in here. This poor system is not going to be happy with me. But alright, well, this was a total diversion from what I wanted to be doing today. So I think it is time to get back to... what was I doing? Nitrogen? Nitrogen on rails. Yeah. Where did I need nitrogen as an input? That's a question. Here we go. Nitrogen is an input for... oh, for the activated carbon. Okay. Which is just a sink for other stuff at the moment, but still. Good to know. So yeah, we can get nitrogen on rails around here somewhere pretty easily. Yeah, I can drop a little station right here. That'll work. What is going on up here? Oh. 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 We'll not worry about that. That's the old base. We don't worry about the old base. Alright, and then I'm actually going to do this. I think we have the space for... yeah. I'm doing this long because, like, we can use this station for either other small things, or we'll find something to go on this leg that the nitrogen will sort of share with, because the nitrogen is such a small thing on its own. Okay, this is pretty straightforward build. So we're going to do fractional distillation of air into nitrogen. Which is... This is just like an awful, awful... Is there an orientation of this that works? No, of course not. Alright, so we're going to have oxygen and nitrogen out on this side. We'll have pressurized air input on that, and then purest nitrogen out here. Or it's not called purest nitrogen anymore. They renamed it because it's not actually pure nitrogen. Nitrogen contaminant. There we go. I'm glad they renamed it, because it was a bad name before. And then also like that. And then also on this side, actually. We're going to have nitrogen and oxygen. And then this side, the nitrogen contaminant, comes into a pressure pump. Actually, that's probably fine where it was, wasn't it? Let's see. Pressure pump. Is there. Then we have another pressure pump here, which just makes pressurized air from nothing through a top-up valve. Up. And can we get these to connect somehow? Yes, we can. All right. Here we will do oxygen. And then we will have nitrogen just below it. Which I'm going to need a couple more tanks for. Oh, good, I can make them. There we go. And then this oxygen is a byproduct of our nitrogen factory. So I want this to be prioritized. So we put down one of these, high priority pickup for the oxygen from here. Because this makes just as much oxygen, as it does nitrogen. So we're gonna need to push that out somewhere. I think there is a better nitrogen recipe that uses filters. Methanol and wastewater. Oh, there's bitumen straight to nitrogen. Why didn't I do this? Because I have a lot of bitumen to sink. Yeah, and then there's this, which I guess I could consider an upgrade to this system. That would take filtration media and the nitrogen contaminant and sort of upcycle it instead of recycling it. And I think that would give us much better ratios. For now, this is okay. I do need to think about the bitumen overflow situation. One, two, three, four. Oh, I've got at least 5 queens, which is pretty cool. Are honey barrels finally backing up? Yes. Looks like we might actually need a few more barrels in the loop for the natural gas barrels. Have to keep that in mind. Although there's plenty here. It's not like it matters. But would be good. And then, yeah, this is slowly making coke. We'll have to think about that eventually. When this system is running full tilt, it will not be spilling out as much coke, because the red hot coke will be mostly, I think, consumed. But it'll always be spilling some. I wonder if I do want to use one of the other nitrogen recipes. Because, like, bitumen to nitrogen at a 1-to-2 ratio. Got a lot of bitumen to kill. And an ionic upgrader, huh? Where's YAFC? I've lost my YAFC window. There we go. So yeah, this is what I did now, which, at a 10th of that, no. There we go. So this is what I built, which can spit out 40 nitrogen a second. If I change this, so instead of repressurizing the nitrogen, we filter it. Wow, that spits out a lot, and it only uses 1.2 filters a second. Wow, 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 wow. That is huge. Maybe we need to get filtration media running. Is it time for another side quest? I think it's time for another side quest. Let's get filtration media. This seems worthwhile. The other option to get 280 nitrogen a second. For the same amount, 280 nitrogen, we pull it from bitumen, which the FC does think is more expensive than filtration media. That would be 140 bitumen per second. What do my bees produce? 20. So it would definitely consume the bitumen. And I could definitely set a little bit of this up as just like a bitumen sink. Maybe I should do that. But I think upgrading this system so that instead of repressurizing, we filter. That's huge. That's a huge upgrade. All right, we got to get filtration media then. How much? Find the game again. We go up here to where we're making activated charcoal. Five of these times 1 1/4. That's a lot. Yeah, that's like 6 or something activated charcoal a second. Okay. So we're going to need more than 1 filtration media a second. Let's see how bad 5 a second is to make. I mean, maybe we just scale it to 1 machine, actually. Look, 1, which makes 1 2/3 a second, which is more than we'll need for other things. Only 1 activated carbon a second. Maybe we do scale big, because none of these, well, pure sand is over a belt. That's the only thing that we're looking at here. Sand washing, of course. Muddy sludge needs to be recycled. Which soil to sand? Here we go. We do it this way. That is a lot of electrolyzers. Oh, and it doesn't loop correctly. Oh no, it's fine, because I want to be bringing in some sand. Maybe we start at 2 of these, because that keeps our incoming sand under 2 belts. It's just so much sand. I did a bunch of sand for something else recently, didn't I? And then I realized that I had sand on the bus already. But, yeah, here we go. For glass, I was making sand. So yeah, 8 washers turning sand into pure sand or whatever it's called. Pure sand. And then the muddy sludge from that being electrolyzed into dirt, which looped into, yeah, sand. Okay, I was turning the limestone, and then we're ditching the other stuff as byproducts here and here. So I could actually do the same thing again. I do have sand available in the system, but I don't think it's a lot. So yeah, let's do pure sand as its own nested table. Sand, limestone to soil, and we will also need just soil straight from water. That's fine. Muddy sludge also loops around. Water pumping. There we go. That's a lot of soil coming through. Fortunately, soil extractor's got a buff. But that is a lot. The other option is to bring in some of the sand and only recycle, like, what's local and needs recycling, right? So, like, we recycle the muddy sludge as we can, and then we want to turn that soil into sand, the limestone into soil there. This will still want, yeah, like a belt of sand in, a little more than a belt of sand in. But it's a much smaller build. But, like, bringing in 2 belts a second of sand is significant to maintain this level of production. Do we just need one of these going, then? Because, yeah, gravel we'd bring in, glass we bring in, microfiber we'd probably make on site? Question mark? Sodium hydroxide we make from saltwater electrolysis. And this is where it's like, I gotta avoid the chlorine and the hydrogen here, right? And that's annoying. Not impossible. Just annoying. So yeah, like our outputs here are like every gas known to man, these 2 things. Then we'd make, oh yeah, we want water on site, of course. This is just a lot going on. Maybe I need to make sodium hydroxide more centrally. Set up a bunch of electrolyzers and just have a sodium hydroxide plant. Because then I can bring it in here as an input. And that simplifies our inputs quite a bit. The other thing I could think about doing is centralizing pure sand. Like, right now I'm doing pure sand processing here for glass, but there's no reason I really necessarily have to do that. I could, you know, there's already a lot of stuff in these stations, but I could tear these up, right? And I could turn one of these into an input station for the pure sand and hook it right up here. And then all of this gets pulled out and pushed someplace central. That is very much an option. Because that is the most awkward thing for filtration media right now for me is pure sand. Because, like, yeah, the next recipe Well, doesn't need it. Also thinks it's much more expensive. But like, you don't get this until Pi-Sci 3? Yeah, cellulose stage 2. Filtration stage 2. I'm confused about these names compared to their apparent unlock tech. They appear to be out of order. Yeah, cellulose stage 2 gives me this 3x filtration media. Okay. And then we get microfibers, which is 100x, 200x. Okay. So the recipe is weird. Or the recipe names are weird internally that YAFC shows me. But this would be the next one we get. But it does need Pi-Sci 2. It's early in Pi-Sci 2, which is great. But still. Okay, let's, do I do this on site or do I not? That's really the question. I think I want to move to centralizing pure sand production. I think that's what I want to do. So I'm going to tear it apart where it is on glass currently. And we're gonna build probably something that's like twice as big as what's currently at glass. I think what's currently at glass over here is scaled for like 15 pure sand a second or something. Yeah, this makes like one belt, but it requires this belt to be stacked to actually get that, and we're not doing that. Yeah, we can run 6 of these off of one belt of sand. Okay. So maybe we set up a build that's scaled around like 12 washers? And then we figure out how to get 2 solid belts of sand? That... Yeah, I like that plan. Because we can easily bring in... Well, we'll end up bringing in a belt of sand, but let's just set this up. Pure sand. We scale this to 12 washers. Yeah, that's 2 belts in of sand. But we also make a bunch of this muddy sludge, which we'll recycle, right? We turn it into water, we turn the soil back into sand, limestone into soil. So like 20 sand a second in. Which again, we could do on site with more soil. Link the sand. It's only 15 soil washers. 2 belts worth of soil into a whole bunch of stuff. Well, ultimately like 3 belts worth of soil, actually. But yeah, 3 belts of soil into 2 belts of sand. I mean, if we scale this to here, clear fixed building count, set fixed ingredient consumption at 45. There we go. So I think, I mean, this is a reasonable scale, right? This will make like, I mean, almost a little over a belt and a half of pure sand. I could scale it bigger, right? Like we can go up to like this scale. or really... Here, let's clear this. The next point with these guys, as far as a belt of sand input, would be at 18, right? That's, yeah, 70 soil. And that's a little over 2 belts of output there. If I just say I want 2 belts of output. Okay, that's 15 of these. We do it at 16, sure. And that's, yeah, 2.5 belts of sand, or 2 belts of pure sand. So it would ratio nicely here. We're not building it this big. This is stupid. So yeah, we're back to like 12 of these, which is what I was saying would be a probably reasonable amount. Okay, let's do this, I suppose. This will probably work because some of our soil will be coming from the soil washers, and they will stack on the belts because they use poop chutes. So I think we're going to be fine with 3 belts of soil, maybe even 2 belts of soil feeding. Because, yeah, this is only like 1 belt coming from these guys, and that's 30. Well, 29.5. And then this is coming out of this. Oh, 15.8. Really? All right. So, yeah, this is slightly more than a belt off of these guys. But if we split these so that, like, the secondary crushers and the electrolyzers feed, like, 2 belts, and then top each of those 2 belts up with soil from the soil extractors, then that should give us plenty of soil effectively onto 2 belts of this. So like these will each be 7.9 items between the 2 of them, which will be spread across. Sorry, it'll be 15.8 items between the 2 of them, and we'll spread that across 2 belts. So each belt will have 7.9 items. And then the stacked soil will come from these guys and merge with that. And that should give us enough soil feeding into this system to make the 2 belts a second of sand, etc. And then the 2 belts a second of sand feed into this guy, and we'll make 24 of this. Okay. That makes sense. So let's build this. Let's also update our to-do list, because we're already going off the rails. Because we decided we want to rebuild pure sand. No. Build centralized pure sand. Add to top. And we're doing that because we want to build filtration media. And that is for fixing nitrogen. Upgrade build with... Would have been faster to just type with how many times I screwed that up. Filtration. Okay. That sounds like a plan. That took a little more hemming and hawing than it probably should have, but I'm okay with that. Twitch says it's at o'clock again. That was a fast hour. I kind of didn't actually take a break during the first ad break like I usually try to do, so I do need to stretch my legs and get myself some more water really badly. So I'll let Twitch run its ad, and when we come back in an hour, we can build that centralized pure sand machine, switch glass over to it, and get a filtration media build, and then upgrade nitrogen. It's going to be cool. It's going to be great. I'll see everybody in 3 minutes. Okay, I think the first thing I'm going to do is start taking apart the pieces of glass over here, wherever it is, that are just feeding... Yes. Alright, and as this turns off, we'll be able to start grabbing up more and more pieces of it. Maybe I just need to take this apart and accept that it's going to be kind of a mess. There is probably not quite enough oxygen in here that this will actually get picked up. 22. I'm going to be naughty, and I'm going to void it. Oop. That pipe needs to still be connected, though. All of this goes, all of this goes, all of this goes. This station that was the oxygen station can become a solid drop-off station. And it is going to be requesting pure sand. Fill the thing up with it. And all of this goes away as well. And then here, we're going to have a stone byproduct, which we'll need to deal with. And that's it. Okay. So one of these will need to turn into a stone output instead of biomass or the coarse fraction. Both of which I'm going to have to move to the centralized output. I'm going to try not to void all that. Well, it's harder to void solids than liquids anyway. But let's see what I can do about my inventory right now. Probably not a lot. So we'll have to deal with these outputs in a little bit. This will come right through here, over, and will feed right in here. This will be its new home. Yes. Cool. As far as the pure sand build goes, it just needs... It looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4... stations. Let's head down here and do it. Am I out of rails again? I'm out of rails again. Let's just lay down the blueprints, and then I will run up to base. 1, 2... And then as far as the build goes, what are we going to need as far as buildings? We're going to need 12 washers. Let's see. Shopping list from YAFC. 15 soil extractors, which we're going to call 16, actually. Are we going to call 16, or do I need to go up to 18? Let's double check that. Yeah, 16, because this should be running 2 belts. So that means, yeah. 4 and 4 on one belt, 4 and 4 on another. That's fine. And then shopping list again. 8 electrolyzers, 7 solid separators. Which is probably also 8, because it needs to be split into 2 belts worth. Yes, that will be 8 as well for the solid separators. That's fine. Secondary crushers. And that's pretty much it. Do I need to make that 4 secondary crushers? Just due to how much they output, I think I am actually going to make it 4. I think it'll be easier to do the build correctly with 4. How is this thing doing, since we're going past it? Well, we got rid of a bunch of that biocrud, but still not really dealt with the way I would have liked it to be. I can actually do. Watch me be really, really bad. There we go. That'll be, that'll empty this and start draining this pretty shortly. Once this is emptied, I might be able to do something with just like a splitter here instead of... I'll put the biocrud here instead. And get it into this setup instead of going through this buffer. And then that'll let this drain more readily, which needs to happen to unblock this. And then, did I set this up? Yeah, all of these should be decayed first. Decayed first, okay. This was the only one that wasn't, and that's fine. That way we're always pulling the oldest ones, because right now we've got these weird, like, splotches of decay, not decay, decay, not decay, and it's because it's not always pulling the oldest ones out of this. Science is working, though. Excellent. This is pulling through, which means this is done. Yes. push that through. And that'll be fine. Well, it should be, like, lane balanced, but that's... Okay. That is pretty much the best that I can do at this point to keep this system unblocked, I think. Because this is going to pull through, and then, yeah, this will try to drain itself now. And this will be, yeah, we're going to pull through oh, there's a bunch of jerky that's been blocked on BioCrud being blocked this whole time. Which is good, because it'll burn some more of the BioCrud. Why is this not a full... Oh, yeah, this is not a full belt. There we go. That's a full belt. Should do the same thing here, actually. And here... There we go. I mean, even though this can only output it. Yeah, this can only be half a belt anyway, because we only have half a belt of jerky capacity through here. So this can empty a full belt, but it has to buffer at some point. Whereas here, I think we do have a full belt of BioCrud capacity, so we can run the full belt through all the way to here. And then this will be pushing, yeah, we'll have this half a belt of jerky consistently all the way through as this empties. Okay. I'm curious. Let's do some science here. Power from mice. So if I get the, whatever the heck they're called, cotton guts. Not the studs, I just want a regular cotton gut. We bring in one. We render that. And we turn the lard into... Spoil everything that spoils from these guys. That's fine. We turn all this jerky into compost. Then we burn it. Yeah, this just uses such little BioCrud. That is part of the problem, right? Is we're just not using enough lard. So we probably do need to start thinking about, like, lard into oleochemicals and things like that. Because, yeah, like, lard into oleochemicals and glycerol Boom. And then glycerol... I actually don't have a good use for? So maybe we don't do this. But we can at least do the other recipe. This one? Yeah. And then this guy's can be lubricant. Also better rubber, plastic, lots of things. Oh, lubricant. That's a thing that I need. And I just need olefins, which... I might or might not be... I don't think I'm making anywhere yet. That's the only way to make lubricant at the moment. Or fish oil and ash is the other way. Okay. Fish oil and ash. That's actually not too... Is that all I'm missing for stack inserters? Sorry, I'm on yet another wild tangent. But the answer is yes. I just need lubricant, and I do already have fish oil going to the base. So if I wanted to start making these guys, I could do the lubricant from fish oil and ash recipe. It doesn't make a huge amount of lubricant, but I don't need a huge amount of lubricant early on. And, like, I've already got ash near the base for other reasons. Wow, this is the most I've seen this system turn on in quite some time, which is cool. It should be like about halfway running because we're pushing about half a belt in. So... But yeah, you can see how long each of these crafts is and how much biomass this has to go through. It's a great jerky sink. It's a bad biocret sink. Is the unfortunate reality. All right, let's, I want to make some stack inserters, because there were some places where I was thinking that, like, stack inserters would make my life easier. I know I'm on, like, 3x deep at this point. I just realized how relatively easy it was going to be to do them, so let's do them. I've got fish oil here. What's that? Syngas? Coal gas, okay. So yeah, we've got fish oil, and I should have ash around somewhere. Yeah, I've got ash here. So let's actually get fish oil. Don't really want to pull that through there. Then it goes way down that way. Okay. Maybe I do just pull the fish oil across and, like, down to here. What factory is this made in? A single biofactory. Okay. Because, again, we don't need to be making that much. Oh, really? I don't have biofactories in the system? I don't have biofactories in the system. Lovely. Oh. Oh no, that's the one that I just built, isn't it? Okay. Yep. What do I need to build this? Just some circuit boards. I can do that myself. And then down here, we've got ash, so we can plop this thing like here. Lubricant. Now we just have to pull in fish oil from wherever. Swarm of bots is actually really annoying right now when I'm trying to, like, see the world around me and make decisions. Let's pull this through here. This is not gonna be the cleanest thing I've ever done. Hmm. There we go. Lubricant. Now we'll have stack inserters. Well, once I get the lubricant up here, and once I figure out, this makes iron niobium alloy. This makes... okay. What are the other inputs to this thing? Engine units, circuit boards, lubricant, the fast inserters. Alright, alright, alright. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, so all that this needs is the lubricant and engine units. Where are engine units? Do these use engine units as an input? Of course not. Do these? No. So I don't think I have them up here. They're gonna be down... Where do I make them? Here. Oh, and the only thing that they feed into right now is pumps. Interesting. Okay. Can I route those up there without losing my mind? Is the question? Or... do we just do this? Request a stack of engine units, please. There we go. We'll do engine units with bots because I'm too lazy to figure out how to get that routed, and these guys are not going to be super high quantity. These stack inserters, right? So, ooh, all right, lubricant. All the way up? Did I get the pipeline done correctly the first time? For once in my life? I did. All right, these guys are going to be very, very slow, but we do now have stack inserters available. Do I remember what I wanted them for? Absolutely not. But that doesn't matter. We've got all the stuff we needed. Okay, yeah. Let's go work on... oh, yeah. I know what I wanted them for now. I wanted them as part of this pure sand build, because we're going to have these outputs, these soil outputs, as well as these soil outputs, which would be nice to use stack inserters for. If I switch my default inserter to stack inserter, it should tell me that I can do all of this with, like... I'm not sure that's true. Oh, do I need to set my inserter capacity to 2 and then the stack inserters will actually work right? Yeah, I'm not actually sure how well YAFC works with stack inserters, and if it actually knows that they have, like, a stack size that's different from the inserter capacity. No idea. But I can experiment with how many of them I'm going to need on those buildings. That's fine. 514 degrees per second compared to 864, compared to a yellow inserter, that's what? 432. Okay, so they're a weird in-between speed. Cool. Love it. But there's a few places where currently I'm doing weird stuff with stacks, and in theory, all of these stack inserters will make it easier for me to work more easily with belts that might have stacks in them. Down to there. Okay. Alright, as far as our stations go for this build, we're going to have 2 or 1 fluid output station for oxygen, and then 3 solid output stations. One is going to be the actual pure sand, and then we're going to have our 2 byproducts that we're going to have to deal with. So let's figure that out. Our 2, like, 1, 2... And then, let's get rid of a bunch of these trees, because I can't see what I'm doing. We're going to have one more solid pickup on this side, here. And then a fluid pickup here. There we go. So that'll be... I mean, that's pretty much that whole part of the build. Okay. So we're going to have 12 sand washers in 2 groups of 6. Although, actually... No. I don't want to be using too many stack inserters. They're expensive, and I don't actually need them for this build, so I'm not going to go crazy with them. I'm like... If I just used stack inserters, I could just do the whole build with stack inserters, and it would just work. We're not going to do that. That would be bad and expensive. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's do this. So this is sand washing. Do it like that. We'll do... What does YAFC say? Preferences... Long-handed inserters. Yeah, to a building. Oh, and on this side, it'll be not long-handed, of course. It'll be these ones. Oh, whoops. I didn't realize I was out of those. I'm going to have to go back up to base anyway. And then on the input... Ooh. Alright, never mind. I was hoping we could do all of this on, like, one side, but we can't. So we'll do it here. And then here. This will be fast inserters the whole way. Yeah. That's just one blue inserter as output and 2 as input for each of these machines. Okay. So output, 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 output. Let's... Oh, whoops. Input. Okay. There we go. That's our sand input. From each of those... I decided to do 8 of these, right? Yeah. All right. This will do... Yeah, these will do sand. Which makes... a bunch of shit. Actually, let's pull these over one more. All right, so the input of this is, oh, we've got Right. 2 belts of soil into several things of sand. Okay. Pull them over one more time, even. So each of these is spitting out, or each of these is bringing in soil at the rate of 3 blues a building. Okay. And then on the output, its total count. Let's see if I can do this. Show total input output. Each of these can output total of 40, a little over 48 items a second. In total, we've got 8 machines. Okay. So, like, 2 of these is pretty much a full belt of junk, which is just lovely. Yeah, we have, like, 3 belts of stuff in total. Of which only some is the sand that we actually want. Right? And that'll be this. But, like, everything else we gotta figure out what's coming out of these guys. So I see 1, 2, 7... Okay, so yeah, like half a belt a second out of each of these, which is 3 outserters. So if we do that as 3 outserters here, we split off sand. And then, I mean, honestly, we don't even need the splitters anymore. Just do it like that. Except I don't want that quite like that. Let's figure this out a little better. And then this side will come up and over, down around the back, and then it all needs to be filtered. It's everything else. There we go. So that brings... We're going to have 2 belts of soil coming in. And each of these belts of soil needs to come from some stuff getting merged up. This is really almost like two parallel builds of exactly the same build, which is fascinating. But here, we're gonna be bringing in... We need to start splitting some stuff off from these. So if we do bop, bop, the first output is gonna actually, no, we'll just do it like this. We'll say we're gonna keep limestone. Yeah, we keep limestone. And that feeds into two secondary crushers. Making soil from limestone. Our input priority is going to be the soil that comes from these guys. And let's just take this whole thing down one. Here, soil. The limestone output comes back around, cycles in. Let's actually pull all of this down one more again. There we go. So that'll be the limestone out. Soil. Wait, what do I need for outserters on this? 24 items a second. Oh, but that's across all four of them, so like 6. That can't be right. I think it's just like this. This says each of these can spit out 10 items a second. I'm not sure if that's actually accurate. They're not going to be running at full speed, that's for sure. 10 items, 10 items, 10 items, 10 items. That would be 10, 20, 30, 40. Yeah, okay, we're actually only running 2.3 of these. This is just for symmetry. So I think we're fine with just the 6 outserters on each. We'll find out. If it starts backing up, I can add a little more, or I can switch to stacking things. Okay. And then lastly... Well, not lastly. I haven't done any of the plumbing up here yet. That's important. And then I need to do the electrolysis. Yeah, and that's going to be another soil input. Where's my electrolyzers? And each of these outputs just a little bit. All right. And then down at the very bottom, we'll have our soil washing as an input. So up top here, this needs water in, and it gives us muddy sludge out. So let's get that sorted. Water in. Question is, how do I actually want to route the water? I think if I do a little something like this, we can make space down here for everything we need. Beautiful. And then we'll just need a water pump anywhere. And then output, belts, of course. Each of these is like a 12 item per second belt, so we can't totally merge them. We do have to bring them up separately. And, I don't know, 6 of those can do 15. So we want 4/5 of 6. I don't know. I'll just do 6. I don't care. I should care, but I don't care. Oh, and that's Pi Science Pack 2. All right. Okay, so this one will end up, I guess, being our actual pure sand output. Oh wow, Twitch is telling me that it is almost ad break o'clock again. I've apparently been working on this build for like an hour. So I'm gonna let Twitch do what it thinks it needs to do. And then we will, when we return, we will figure out Yeah, when we return, we'll finish getting all this stuff hooked up. So I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. All right. Hi there, Twitch Turbo and YouTube gang. I am back in the thing. Another minute left on the ad, but I wanted to keep working on this. So let's keep working on it. We've got more plumbing to do. We've got to do the output water from this. And as has sort of become my usual with these, I don't think it's actually worth trying to recycle the water. I always find that it causes more problems than it solves when I do that. So... Ooh, all of this needs to move down, because I need room for O2 output. And that means that all of these pipes are going to be in the wrong place, too, because I routed them from the bottom, not from the top. Which was my fault, admittedly. Nope. Let's do them from the top. Welcome back from the ad, folks who see ads. We're just still doing some plumbing, nothing really exciting. Let's see. That fits, okay. Then I guess we'll do the same thing here. Yep. And kind of grab this whole thing. Beautiful. All right. So that's all of our water hooked almost together. There we go. Water output hooked together, one system, and oxygen output hooked together is one system. Can't see it's one system because... There we go. Now it'll show as one system. I'm gonna have to run up to base and start grabbing some bits and pieces soon. So the water has to route kind of just out down to here, I guess. It's as good a place as any. Okay. So that'll be the water output. The O2, the oxygen, needs to come up to this output here. So we will do that like here. Okay. And then, yeah, we've already got the muddy sludge hooked up and the... Yeah. So I think all that's left is the sort of lowest priority input, which is the... what am I trying to say? The lowest priority input, which is going to be the soil washers that are sort of the, like, initial... And actually, to make room for those soil washers, we're going to change how this is hooked up. So we'll redo that in a minute. Because I'm trying to keep this build nice and symmetrical. It's symmetrical so far, and I don't want to break it. So then down here, we have a total of 16 soil washers, right? Yeah. So that's going to be like 1, 2, 3, 4. And then again, because these guys have a poop chute, they're going to end up with stacked outputs, and we're going to rely on that for how this build is actually going to work. And then they actually need 2 pumps, which is a lot of water. Okay, now we can run this output down. Okay. That's looking like something. Let's get... up. That power both of those? Ooh, it does. All right. That is mostly symmetric. We can fix some things, though. There we go. I think everything else is pretty much the way I want it. Yeah, we don't need that one. Go. And then up here... And then that's pretty much that whole build, and we just need to actually hook power up to it, and then we've got to figure out the rest of the byproduct sorting. Oh, these also need soil as an input. Shoot, I wasn't even thinking. How are we doing that? I might need to rejigger a whole bunch of this so we can actually get the inputs of these guys done right. Yeah, not sure about that. We might just take this whole... Ooh, not that much of it. This whole section here. Bring it down like 2 or 3 notches. And that'll give me a little more room to work in the, figure out what I'm doing here. Okay. Because this does... Oh, you know what? I think if I do this as well... Then come up here... So this will have... What will this have? Limestone on one side, or on one... Yeah, this will have limestone on one side and soil on the other, and I just have to merge in the rest of the limestone. Which just needs to do, like, this kind of thing. How's that? I don't know. Maybe fine. And then a bunch of this could be upgraded to stack inserters, to be entirely honest. How many do I have made so far? I know I said I wasn't going to go crazy with them, but, you know... Yeah, I've already got 50. Let's just do it. So if these are stack inserters out... Oh, are they... Whoa! Wait. Stack inserters are a different size. Have stack inserters always been a different size? Am I losing my mind? Alright, well, we don't need to use them, so it doesn't matter. This build works without them. No, base game stack inserters are normal. Okay, this is a Pyanodon's thing. Okay, I'm not losing my mind. Okay. Good to know. I learned something, so I'm definitely not using them in this build, is the answer. Because... I didn't design it for the extra space that they take. Where am I, and what am I looking for? Somewhere down here. Pretty sure I have like a stack of belts. Yeah. What else do I need to make a bunch of these? Vitroloi. Rarely do I grab a stack of vitroloi. I just know that I need some extras of these compared to what I had available. So we're gonna grab some extras. And then I grabbed pipes. Power poles are the other thing. Alright. Let's head down and let's finish getting this build done. Oh good, we're still slowly but surely crunching away at things here. I don't love that I see stone getting delivered here, though. Priority for this. It is -1. Which means that if stone is getting delivered here, it must be saturated up here? It is. Beautiful. Our stone is backed up. Our stone is backed up. The base isn't dead. Okay. Good to know. We'll keep having these carriage and deliveries, of course. But that's fine. Basically, as long as we're pulling stone from this system, like, as long as our byproduct stone isn't making enough, we'll end up pulling carriage in here, right? So... Alright, let's see if this thing can power up. No? Ah, I see. You got moved. Yep. Didn't set the recipe on these. Alright. So these guys should... Oh, do these guys not stack? Oh, I hope they stack. Yeah. And then... these guys will get... Oh, cool, this is already turning on in a couple of places. And it's already... Oh, of course, because I didn't hook up the other outputs. That's fine, I was going to say, it's already broken. But I think that brokenness is expected. Yeah. Oop, nope, wrong place. Not what I wanted to do. And here's where we kind of break the symmetry. Biomass on the left, the other thing on the right, and two belts that just come right up. Oh, and I'm already out of blue inserters again. Lovely. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back to base and grab more of those. But other than that... this should be pretty much balanced on both sides for both of these. Because it should all be coming in the same sort of deal. Sure. This isn't lane balanced on its output into this, which means that... What does that mean? I mean, ultimately it just means that these won't be fully lane balanced, but that's okay because there's lots of excess capacity here. I think we only need, like, well, 15 of them, so there's a little bit of excess capacity. Water's blocked up. Oh, yep, water's blocked up. Didn't fix that when I redid some of the other movements. There we go. And we only expect these bottom ones to run very, very rarely. It's like 1.1 or 1.2 of these running, so... As these all kind of turn on further, we'll see more of that. But cool. And yeah, the sorters, only like 7 of these actually run, so the last ones are only going to run half time. So it's not as perfectly balanced as it looks, or I guess they'll start to slow down on their outputs eventually. Yeah, these outer ones will start to kind of back up on sand, and then more will balance forward. So it should work eventually. It'll balance itself out. So we do still need a few more inserters. Looks like some down here. And some on these machines. But this should be... Yeah, working towards stacking pretty well there. And then the input, that goes to glass. Where is glass? Oh, right here. That's this, which should be requesting pure sand now? Yeah. So yeah, once we get another few stacks of that, it'll start delivering pure sand to glass making, and glass will turn back on. Cool. Did I even put this down? I did. Centralized pure sand is done. Well, nearly done. We got to put inserters back in it. But other than that, it's done. The next build on the list was filtration media, because I wanted to fix the nitrogen build so that it doesn't completely back up on oxygen. And as always, I'm going to check this on the way by and see how we're doing. How are we doing? I mean, guts are still gutsing. That's running. Yeah, it looks like everything spoiled has filtered through. We only have a little bit of biocrud still, like, in this system, which is great. Every once in a while, we get a little squirt of blood, and one of these can turn on. But yeah, blood is definitely still, like, our limiting factor here. Yeah, let's grab... What do I need? Just inserters, pretty much. Everything else is looking pretty okay. Cool. Loading up with pure sand. And pure sand stacks a lot, so these will be pretty dense trains, which is excellent to see. Oop, we're stopped on... Oh, the byproducts aren't making their way into those things. Yep, that's expected. Because we need to put in a few more inserters. So let's do that. And then go from there. We'll get the filtration media build going. I think there was something else that I was debating about centralizing for filtration media. Maybe sodium hydroxide, I think, is what I was debating centralizing for filtration media. I'll need to make up my mind about that. I'll double check YAFC as soon as we drop off these inserters and get the system totally fixed. I don't want to forget things that needed to be done. There we go. That'll unblock this. We should have, yeah, full belts moving through of both of these now. Unblocking everything. And then, yeah, we had a few more outserters here on some of these dirt machines. Oh, and these are already backed up on oxygen, huh? I never got oxygen output hooked up. Okay. Or I did on the top. I never hooked up the bottom to the top. That sounds right. There we go. Ah, no, because it also got moved. Yeah, let's just redo the whole thing. All right, that looks fine. So let's go back. Wrong button, YAFC. So yeah, the question was, do I centralize sodium hydroxide? Well, we're not doing sand washing on site anymore, so that is... Or do we do sodium hydroxide on site and have a couple of extra byproducts? It's such a small amount of... Yeah. Let's just build to this scale. Let's build to pulling a belt of pure sand, and I guess approximately a belt of gravel, out of our stop. I think that's fine. And then we can do the sodium hydroxide on site, because it's only a couple of electrolyzers worth. We'll have hydrogen and chlorine byproducts that we'll have to get on rails, but that's okay. So this is the scale. I think I'm going to want... I guess I could do this with one rail stop, but I'm going to need to make sure that I put a bigger storage on it, because we have 2 large things and then a couple of small things. Although, actually, we pull the factories right off of it. Ooh. we can do it just with, let's see here. Show total input, total item. This just doesn't work, which is annoying that I can't get this to work right. But such is life, I guess. Come on, there we go. Let's get filtration media built. Where do I want to build that? Doesn't matter really, but running out of spots, honestly, around the base that are like good spots to add new builds to. I'm gonna have to run some more rails around and get everything kind of hooked up again. Because it's getting pretty crowded around here. Maybe I do that now. Maybe I grab some radars. I've got a few. I go grab heaps and heaps and heaps of track, heaps of signals, and add some new rail capacity to the system. Basically, I would probably grab from like here and just go like all the way across and hook up like here or here. I guess to here would be better. And then we'd have a bunch more capacity in the middle here for more stuff. I might even take a, like, drop a line down here. I mean, ideally, I would do more like here. Take off of, like, this part of the base and do a block here. But because we've got this lake here, that's just a lot of landfill that I don't want to deal with to make this area actually buildable. Like, yes, I have landfill again, but I'm still nervous about relying on too much landfill. Although, I do have a few thousand. Maybe it's doable to do something closer to the main base. Come off of here. I mean, apparently at one point I had started doing some stuff over here. I don't know what that stuff was, but if I come out here, go up to one of, I guess up to this one. The other section that I had been wanting to do was to go up from here to here. Which would give me a little more space to work with in this part of the base. Right now, though, because this is such a small build, I actually see a spot I can use. Well, is it small, though? How many stations do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I do need the full length one of these. Okay, never mind. I was gonna tuck it here, but this full length that can handle 6 stations isn't gonna fit in here. Yeah, I think we gotta do this. We gotta build across here. Get this hooked up. What is this? Oh, salt. That's part of this whole salt setup that I did over here. Okay. Yeah. Let's just do it. Let's just go up to base and grab 1,000,000 rails and get some rail built. It needs to be done. There we go. 2,000 more rails. That's not going to be enough. I don't need either of these. What can I clear out of this inventory? I can clear so much stuff out of this inventory. If I just stand over here, the bots will do a lot pretty quickly. They can clear my trash pretty quickly when they're just delivering to storage chests. Ooh, I'm gonna have to build more storage chests soon. Wow. All right. I don't even know where to put this. This whole area is kind of a mess. I was right here. There we go. Another square of storage chests. And we're also going to need a lot of signals. Where's signals? Alright, that's like 200 signals, a lot of rail. This is probably not enough stuff to actually get this built, but it'll be a start. And we don't actually need to finish the whole loop. We can just add more capacity for stations where we need it right now and go from there later. How's this doing? I gotta check it every time. I still don't trust it. Stopped on ingredient shortage because these are disabled by control behavior because we have plenty of science. This is gonna pull through, but of course, as long as we're not doing anything, doesn't matter. What is this? Oh, I made a little secondary CO2 machine. Huh. I forgot I did that. Good to know. We don't need that there. So I'm doing a cloverleaf here because I do eventually still want to build, like, this large block that we can pull things into on this side. I'm not doing it now because it's going to need a lot more landfill. But in the short term, that is very much... or in the long term, rather, that is one of the goals, is that we will eventually fill in here, and we'll fill in, like, up here. I might turn this into a right-hand turn, or a T somewhere, or maybe hook off of here. Either way, all of this will eventually turn into buildable area. But right now, it's kind of a disaster area up there, so we're not gonna. Oh, am I out of rail supports? Shoot. I didn't even think about that. Building... I didn't build that much elevated. Do I just not have that many of them in the normal case? That's stupid. I should carry more rail supports in my normal requests. So yeah, I need... I guess just 2 of them for one of those, but how many are in this build? 4? Yeah, more than 4. 5, 6, 7... like 16. And I probably have 20. 20 is probably a stack of them. Yeah, 20. Okay. So yeah, this will use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, that'll use all 20 of them on its own. Okay. That's the problem. That's fine. We just won't be able to turn this on until it's... I can go back to base and grab the stuff for it. 1, 2, and circle. All right. So this is actually going to be a pretty small build, hopefully. We've got solid drop-off. And then this needs to feed into 2... Yeah. 2 automated factories, which are... And I could do it just like that, that. But the problem with that is that we can't get out... Well, maybe that's okay. 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we can have a second drop-off station. That's fine. Okay. So this is going to need to request... Oops. Activated charcoal. We'll request... glass. We will request... gravel? And we will request the purest sand. The purest of pure sands. Okay. What I'm actually going to do, changing my mind about some things, I'm going to upgrade this to a deposit. And then we're going to take our 2... seven, 8, 9. Okay, it's like 10 inserters per building to run these things at full speed. Fortunately, I don't think we actually have to run them at full speed. I think we can probably get away with just, yeah, we're gonna have to get away with just 6. Apparently I'm out of landfill. I'm out of landfill. Okay. Deal with that eventually. These guys will both output, which will come right down here. To a solid pickup. Which these do not make that many items a second, so this will be an easy one to hook up. We're making 2.5 filtration media a second, so we will just throw down 3 yellow inserters and call it a day. Cool. That's it. And then the other thing we're going to need is 4 more stations for just doing the microfiber from saline water and fiber as inputs, and then our 2 chlorine and hydrogen outputs. And that will all end up on this stretch. So let's solid drop off here. Oops, no, we didn't need a second solid drop-off. We needed a fluid drop-off. My bad. And then we're going to have 2 fluid pickups. There and there. Okay. So this one needs to be requesting fiber. $30 stacks. This needs to be requesting saline water at minus 70,000. The saline water needs to go through 2... Oh, I forgot to grab the electrolyzer. Oh, I still have spares. Okay. I was going to say, I forgot to grab my electrolyzers, but fortunately, through 2 electrolyzers, making sodium hydroxide. There we go. The chlorine and the hydrogen are both going to go into there, and hydrogen and chlorine out. Each of this makes, what, just 1 sodium hydroxide a second? Okay. Yeah. There we go. Let's maybe do this 1 further over. And then we only need 2 fiber a second out of this thing. That's fine. Also goes up. Okay. Actually, let's do this a little differently. Let's send these down this way and this way. Like that. Because this whole flow kind of needs to keep going southwards. And then 4 pulp mills, which I absolutely did not make. And I'm sure I don't have the stuff to make them. Oh, I can make 3. So I'm going to have to make 1 more pulp mill when I get up there, and we're going to need a lot of landfill. We're going to need a lot of train stations. All right, pulp mill making microfiber. From, yeah, all very small quantities. Yeah, just 1 of each. I'll do 2 just for funsies, but I think we only need 1. There we go. That should be enough. I've got to get power run here for those machines. And there, and there. 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 Oh, and up here. Here and here. All right. What is this? Could not find... That's fine. I don't know which thing Mike Strelu is. Is that one of my new ones? That is one of the new ones. But it wouldn't be able to route anyway, so it doesn't matter. Alright. Twitch is telling me that it's ad break o'clock again. I'm gonna let the ad run, and I will refill my water while it's running, but I will also start heading up to grab everything I need from the mall. And from, let's see, we should actually have a bunch of... Pop, there we go. That's a bunch of landfill there. Alright, I need to go refill my water, and then I'll finish making my way up to the mall. Alright, welcome back. I did not make it up to base in time. That's okay. What's going on up here? Oh, yeah, they're just slowly... the construction bots are trying, is what's going on up here. Okay, what do I need? I need blue inserters, as always. Oh, no. Oh, we just finished buffering orange inserters, so blue inserters can buffer again, which is great and all, except I need blue inserters down here. Great. Alright, well, that's gonna have to catch up. What else did I need down there? I don't even know. Was it mostly landfill? I think it was mostly landfill. Oh, but I did need a pulp mill? Question mark? And what else down here do I need? I needed rail supports. Yeah, I need a lot of... Oh, and I need... Yeah, a few train stops. I can make those myself. That's fine. Let's make sure we've got the rail supports, wherever those are. Cool. And... pulp mill, check. So really it's just the blue inserters that I don't have, because right now everything has been feeding into building up a buffer of orange inserters for me, which I'm not going to grab, because I've got 50 of them in my inventory already. But I do want to make sure... Oh, where does this niobium go? Oh, to Logibots. Which, as long as we have free bots, it's not going to keep trying to use. But... Well... Let's head down. We're going to have to wait for more inserters, so I'm just going to have to do another trip there and back. Oh, you know what we can build? Up here while we're at the mall. Wrong button, Brennan. Back to YAFC. This nitrogen, we need 5 filter Mark 1s that are going to pull these filters. So what do we need for these? Intermetallics, okay. Alright, well, that was easy. Yeah, those are not an expensive building. Yeah, the blue inserters are going to be a problem. We'll deal with those when we can. But let's find the nitrogen build, which I tucked right here. I tucked right here. Alright, so this is the nitrogen byproduct whatever. We don't want that anymore. Change this to just be a single one of those. And then we'll have our 5 filter Mark 1s. I guess they can be anywhere. I'll do them down here because we want to wrap the nitrogen around. Oh, these are small. Nitrogen. Let's see. And then I'm gonna need to grab another, let's see, a solid drop-off. That would be right in the way, so let's do it like here. Oh, I just realized I've been sitting on the wrong thing through this whole build. Shoot, I'm sorry about that. Well, the build is done. It wasn't that hard. Just drop it down these few filters and train station here. Oops. But yeah, that is done. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. These will just need filters to be delivered. They use them entirely. There's no like dirty filters to recycle. Man, what happened to my horrible factorial masochism? I expected much more evil than this. Okay. I think... Yeah, this needs more blue inserters, of course. Everything's going to need blue inserters. And down here is going to need even more. So let's head back up. Let's grab some blue inserters. Hopefully I have close to a stack of them by now. And then we can head back down to that, whatever that build is. I don't even remember anymore. What am I doing? Filtration media? Nitrogen on rails is done. Yeah, back to the filtration media build. Well, we got 20. I don't think that's going to be enough, but But some... And then I have to figure out why this says couldn't find a train on the allow list to make a delivery. I wonder if my... request limit is wrong? Like, is it trying to find a bigger train of some kind? I'm unsure. We're gonna have to figure that out. It also might be because things just aren't connected right, so... Yeah, but this is the one. We want, yeah, 30 stacks. That should just be a normal delivery train. Are all my trains busy? Nope, there we go. Now it's issued a train. Okay. So it was just a routing issue or something. Weird, because I've seen it schedule deliveries for trains that it can't actually get where they need to go. So I'm not sure why that one was a problem for it. Alright, yeah, I'm still going to need a bunch more inserters here for loading trains, but that's fine. Yeah, we just have like a dozen inserters that we need for loading trains. But I'd like to see if this gets everything scheduled for all of its deliveries here. So this is requesting saline water. Ooh, did I fix up? I did not. This is requesting just fiber. And down here it requests all the things that feed directly into 160 possible. This is 120. So I think the things that we need big stacks of, I want to request extras. Which is gravel and the sand. I did say pure sand, right? We're not going to get regular sand clogging everything up? No. The output is fine. The byproduct, hydrogen and chlorine, we're going to have to deal with eventually. But it shouldn't make too much hydrogen and chlorine. And then fiber. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay. And then this will come down and... well, this system won't run until all of these requests are made. Glass should be deliverable. The activated carbon might be deliverable. Oh, I never hooked up the output of this. Shoot. Okay. So no, the activated carbon won't be deliverable. That's okay. It'll be a quick fix. Oh, right, because I did this build weird, and it's just going to be a weird routing situation. I know why I didn't actually do it yet. Five times 1.25 is just over 6. Alright. That should be enough to empty half a belt. I mean, really, I should just do 3 blues, but since I don't have 3 blues at the moment, we'll just let that do that. And then, how are we doing on blues up here? 18. What's stopping them? Oh no, what? My circuits are broken again? My circuits are super broken again. Okay. 2 circuits. Nope, that's not it. That's right here. What is broken? It's batteries. We have no cyanic acid. Did I break it when I redid it? Yes, I did. Alright. Let's go fix that. Do I have some circuits in my inventory? A few. Enough to get a few more blue inserters built, at least. I only need like 20 to finish off these builds. What does this one give me? Oh, upgrades, Fauji, productivity. Yeah. Cool. May as well do mining productivity. May as well do lab research speed. I'm just like going through these things and in queuing whatever I've got sitting around that I haven't done yet. But we do have the next tech researched, so we can absolutely be pushing towards that. Alright, let's see here. Where the circuits that I have are all going to go right in there. Oh. Alright, I've got 20 odd inserters. That should be enough to finish the builds that I've got presently started. I hope. And if I check batteries, Yeah, batteries are running again. Except this one in the middle for some reason. Oh, that was fluid ingredient storage. So it is... Ooh, okay. I might need another one of these things doing cyanic acid here. I don't know if I actually mathed it, because that uses 20, makes 20 a second. Each of these uses, so that's 15 a second right there, plus, I mean, in theory, it's 19 a second across all the things that would consume it. So maybe things are just still filling up their buffers. Not sure. Something to keep in mind. We're not running at full capacity because cyanic acid limits. I don't know if I care right now. I'm just happy to have circuits running again. I'm glad I caught that, but geez, it's probably been bad for a long time. By the time the buffer that's up there, like, drains, and the, and we've stopped because... Oh. Because I'm an idiot. And this is broken. Okay. Oh, because I hooked this up after. Yeah. We didn't used to have this station in the way. And when I built it, I broke a pipe. There we go. That should get this turned back on. Yeah, I see zinc chloride going. These are all going to be running. Obviously, plenty of nitrogen. But yeah, it's going to take a minute for this to fill up enough, obviously, to make a delivery to the filtration media. But I think we've got enough nitrogen to do that whole build. So I think that'll be okay. Each of these uses a quarter per second, so that's just over 1. Okay, we'll do 2 of these guys. And then if we head back down to where we're going to be building the filtration media, we should have just a little bit more just a little bit more to build down here. All right, there we go. And these have... Oh, I didn't actually set the recipe. Glad I caught that. So these have all the microfiber they could need. Why has nothing been delivered yet? That's concerning to me. Like, no glass, no sand, no nothing has been delivered here. Glass is stopped. Why is glass stopped? Oh, this has a gravel output as well as the stone output. Oops. Okay, then. Does that mean that our pure sand is available? Not yet. Why is this stopped? On the muddy sludge, which is needed to output... Oh, we're backed up on water. What? Oh, I didn't power the stupid... Okay, that's an easy fix at least. Alright, that should get this running a little more. And what's the last thing that hasn't been delivered here? Gravel. Okay, well, we'll fix that. So up here where I was doing glass, I need to get stone and gravel on rails. And that means that these things need to be emptied. Whitelist this to biomass. And then bring this down here and just do that. And then this one will need to do the same thing. Oh, yeah, I did the right thing there. This needs to be the coarse fraction. All right. And then, let's see. This has gravel coming out of it. I think what we do is this. And then here we do a little splitty-do. Stone. And gravel. There we go. Oh, shoot. Whitelist gravel, please. Okay. That's fine. It's fine. It'll end up where I can clean it up in a minute. It's fine. Let's help with this. All right, there we go. That is running now. And I think all the stuff that shouldn't have come down has now come through. So I can pick all that up. I can put the gravel in. I can grab the powdered quartz and drop it in one of these things. I think I need another outserter on these. There we go. Those are running more smoothly now. Obviously, it's going to take a long time before these... Yeah, these are high priority because they're still byproduct stations. They just contain different byproducts than they had before. This doesn't need a priority shift at all. We're just bringing in... Yeah, pure sand. As fast as its little legs can carry it, because it sure wants a lot. And then down here, we've gotten nothing yet. Ooh, is this maybe carbon? Nope, that's an empty one. Let's see, up here... Oh, there we go. We are filling up activated carbon now. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, our glass came to lamps instead of to... okay, that's fine. Our next batch of glass will end up down at filtration media. And we're not going to go through filtration media fast, so once it starts running, it'll be fine. We're just waiting to see kind of all of the... Everything needs to trickle into it. And then these are going to fill up fast, too, with how much pure sand we're going to go through. So we will definitely need to get these byproducts handled sooner than later as well. All right. Cool. That's 2 out of 5 ingredients. The pure sand, and then the gravel is going to be a weird one, because gravel, I don't have a thing that makes gravel. I only have byproducts. Also, really? Just saw something that was weird. Yeah. So yeah, this will take as much pure sand as it can get its grubby little hands on, which is not a surprise. Yeah, that's another pure sand batch going up to this station. How's circuits doing? Let's check on that. I mean, they're running slowly. I've just got batteries going to a lot of different places for a lot of different things. And because batteries are what broke, yeah, like batteries need to feed into science, batteries need to feed into circuits, and batteries need to feed up into the base as actual batteries, as inputs to like combinators and stuff. So it's just taking a hot second. Yeah, and it does look like we need more cyanic acid. So I might need to make a second one of these. Oh, or I just need to feed in the coal faster. Okay, that's something that I can do. I can fix that. Where am I going? Cyanic acid is here. There we go. That should help. That should make battery production a little faster, which will get circuits going back again faster. This is set as a low priority station, right? Yes. Okay. Ooh, something just left. What do we got? We've got glass, we've got activated carbon, we've got plenty of this. Feeding in plenty of saline, not that much chlorine and hydrogen yet, which is good. So yeah, we're just waiting for a batch of gravel and a batch of pure sand. The pure sand is still coming through the system. Yeah, you're going to Daniel Jack, which I think is still glass. So glass is still being prioritized. Almost certainly because of how I've got it set up. 1 second. Sorry, I had to sneeze. I think if I change this to only have, like, hey, only have 1 stack. That should help. Because now the amount that this wants should be lower than what this wants, so this might get prioritized finally. And then the gravel byproduct, I don't even know really what to do about. Like, gravel comes as a side product from a bunch of things in the base. And really, we just need to see those things, like, run, and eventually we'll get gravel. But, like, how close are we to a load of gravel here? Not that close. How close are we to a load of gravel at glass? Not that close. So, like, that is the issue. Like, this will keep pulling, obviously, copper and all the things that make gravel, right? As it's going to keep making lamps, although actually it's nearly backed up on lamps. This is stopped again on coal dust. Yeah. All right. I have turned all of my... Oh! Well, no. Titanium ore is backing up the system now. Don't I have titanium, like, on my to-do list? I do. So I could do when I get titanium running, we'll start pulling that titanium ore, which is great, but like, what do I do in the right now to fix it? I think what I need to do in the right now to fix it is just like that. That'll unblock this setup, yeah. And that'll get coal dust moving again. Was this whole setup blocked? Yeah, this was pretty much backed up. Okay. So this will be able to request tailings again. And the other place where tailings go right now is here. What's the priority of this one? High priority. Okay. So this is going to get tailings first whenever possible. Because... oh, because it feeds Nexalit. Yeah. Okay. I'm remembering the decisions I made. And, like, everything makes tailings, but not always quickly. Yeah, this is all stopped because we have plenty of copper. And, like, we should be pulling some copper now. What's the copper drop off here? Very little copper. Which is worrying because I should have just turned a bunch of the base back on. Yeah, cyanic acid coming in. Batteries are... okay, batteries are running as fast as they can. It just doesn't... oh, batteries are prioritized to science. Okay, that makes sense. That was a good decision. Good job, Brannon. But what that means is it's going to take until this belt fills up before we even start pushing batteries into circuits again. And that's when we'll start drawing from copper. And I'm probably, like, up top, everything is... yeah, I mean, we'll pull very small amounts of copper, but not until we get the circuits so that the system can all turn on, right? So, with that in mind... what can we be doing in the interim is really the question. Did we get a delivery of... okay, we did get one delivery of activated carbon. That's fine. That means that we will at least be able to make some filtration media. Although the density of activated carbon to filtration media means... oh no, it's fine. It's 3 to 5. Okay. I was worried that we wouldn't be able to make a delivery of filtration media with only one delivery of activated carbon, because activated carbon needs more coal dust. I could make a coal dust station. Oh, can I make coal dust? Is that a thing that I can do? It's a thing I should have, right? Like, this whole setup makes coal, which runs down to... yeah, this pickup point. And if I wanted to set up another station down here, which has coal dust as its pickup, I could do that. Because we do have coal dust as a major byproduct here. So I think we want to get coal dust out and onto the system. So let's do that. That's something that we can do while we're waiting for other things, right? These are just small buffers. I'm always checking this when I come by, just because I want to make sure that it's... Oh, are we backed up on BioCrud again? We are backed up on BioCrud again. Not here, but... Oh, because this... I let this one empty. Yeah, that was my fault. I shouldn't have done it that way. Alright, let's get this unblocked. Cool. That'll turn itself back on. That's fine. And up here... I've already forgotten what I'm doing. I was doing coal. Coal is down over here. Sorry. Losing my mind. Yeah, so this pulls coal out from here, and then grab this, like this. We can get half a belt of... Oh, these need to be filtered. Coal dust. And I need to figure out how to set up a station down here, which is going to be hilarious. Let's disconnect that for a second. Where's my bots? Oh, I turned them off by accident. Bots. Alright, this water pipe I'm gonna have to deal with later. Let's do just a solid pickup right here. All right. Oh, and that's where I had it disconnected there. We only have half a belt coming in here, so we can do that. Yeah, and this needs a few more blue inserters, obviously. We'll get to that eventually, but this will be more coal dust. This will help turn on activated carbon again. Normal priority usage of this, I guess, is fine. Like, which of Which of these is the main product, which is the side product, the coal or the coal dust? I don't know. I think if we do this, basically we can start to drain the buffer of coal dust. One of our many buffers of coal dust, by the way. But that's an important one to start draining, at least. How are we doing here? Cyanic acid is good. How are we doing on batteries? Batteries have finally backed up to the point that they will actually go to circuits a little bit. Yeah, good. And that means that these other things are turning on as well. Yeah, circuits are running. Which is also good for everything else that I need to be turned on, because circuits running means that we actually have a demand for copper. Not a huge demand, but a demand. And demand for copper will eventually mean requests for copper delivery, which will turn on all of this some more. It's a virtuous cycle of turning on the base when we actually have stuff that we need. Because this is still waiting for gravel, right? That's the only thing it doesn't have. Oh, shoot. Well, it's a good thing that I left extra space and I requested several loads of some of these things. There's a lot more glass here than I think we wanted. But I think it'll be okay because we're not going to start getting gravel deliveries yet. We still have room in here. When I changed this for the bigger machine, I forgot to reconnect it to the network. It's a mistake I've made before. But we should have circuits rolling on through, yeah. Does this thing ever actually run? Oh, I have an emergency stash of circuits. I forgot that I turned that off from being hooked up to the base. Specifically, so that I would have an emergency stash of circuits. Let's hook that up. Emergency circuits. I'm not sure if this circuit build is even still reliable or not, but it's a few more circuits into the system, get the base turned back on, which I'm fine with. As far as building those yellows, what are we waiting for? Circuits, of course. And presumably still the same with blue inserters that I need a few of, is we still have no circuits. Yep, okay. So yeah, we really just need to wait. As far as the filtration media is concerned, we need to wait for the base to turn back on enough to get a delivery of gravel here. I guess I could make a gravel station. I don't love that thought, but I could. I do have some jaw crushers on me. If I make it low priority, then it'll just buffer. Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Oh, but I don't have the inserters to build the station. That's okay. I should start to, like, make inserters again very shortly, so we can, want to do it right here? I want to do it somewhere else. Maybe right here, or right here. I do have little places I can still tuck things. Oh, nope, that was not going to work. Nice try, Brandon, but no. So let's do it this way instead. Also no. Alright, well that space is just dead space then. That's fine. In that case... I mean, I could do it over here. I have a couple of spots open still on this side area, as well as here. Yeah, let's just do it right here. Why not? Oh, except I didn't really actually do this right, so I can't put 2 more stations here. Oh, it is at o'clock. I'll see everybody in just a few minutes, and we'll figure out what we're doing with gravel then. Hello again, Twitch Turbo and YouTube gang. It's good to see you. Let's get... what is this? We're doing gravel from sand, or from stone here. So we need a... I guess this doesn't need to be prioritized because we've got everything else is already high priority, so this will just be fine. It'll just end up as normal priority. Oop. There we go. These output 3 a second. All right. Welcome back from the ad, for those who see ads. Appreciate you sticking around and being patient. Okay. This needs to be hooked up here. These need a little something like that. And that is that. This needs to request stone. At just a totally normal rate. Okay. So I need a bunch of blue inserters to get this all turned on. Yeah, some of these things I definitely am pulling in more than... or I've used more inserters than I could ever hope to need. That's not going to totally do everything we need. Not even close to it, in fact. How many more do we need? 26. Yeah, I can only salvage so many from stations that have too much on them. Are we making blue inserters again? Have the circuits made their way up to base? A little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. Oh, but they have made it up here. Cool. So we are just now starting to make blue inserters again. What do we got here? Those are ore, those are full belts. What's this one? This is... why don't I have naphtha? That's a question. Oh, because we're full on BTX again. Cool. You know what I can do that'll help with that problem? I can change glass over from fueled by gasoline to fueled by BTX. Now, where else am I way overusing blue inserters? That's the question. Where can I salvage some more inserters from? A lot of these stations are actually not overly using blues. Pretty clean, unfortunately. Yeah, even this is like yellows, yellows. I've mostly done the right thing with my stations. I'm very rarely using blues to get things in where you don't need them. Here we go. Here's a spot. Like, how much concrete can we actually make here? This will put out, up to 10 a second in theory, but still, we only have 2 blues here, so we don't need more than 2 down here. So, there's a few. But I think ultimately we are going to have to get them from... Oh, is this done? Whatever I had too much of here? Tailings? Yeah, I think I fixed it. There we go. Awesome. I love it when things are fixed. Nope, there it goes. Yeah, we need some more trains again. That's going to be expensive until, ooh, here. What are we at here? Oh, like a stack of them. Excellent. I didn't realize I had that many available. I assume yellow inserters are, like, not so good. Oh no, those are also fine. Cool. We have inserters. What's wrong with rails? Oh. Just short on trains, but I'm not sure if it's solid or liquid trains that are a problem. Well, we've got a solid train, but it's probably both. We probably need to make another train of each type. But this is just kind of how it has been going with the rail base, right? Every time we turn on a new module, a bunch of things spring back to life, a bunch of train cars are whizzing around everywhere, and then the buffers fill up, it slows down, which is fine, to be clear. Alright, this is picking up some stone and hopefully going to bring it down to whatever this station is. What are you called? Quentin Saddlemeyer. You are going to... Quentin Saddlemeyer. Alright, perfect. So it's going to take a couple of those for this to make enough gravel for a single gravel load, because it is a 4-to-3 ratio. Should actually set the requests on this a little higher so that it'll dispatch another train sooner than later. Add another train's worth to the requests, and it'll do the right thing. Yeah. Every time we get a load of Perogen, it gets just processed away, gone forever, don't need it, which is great. Things are working. They're not working as nicely as I would have liked. They're not working in the ways that I wanted them to work. But they are working. We will get, eventually, this thing full of gravel. And then... yeah, we might not have anything else turn on sooner than that. I was kind of expecting more gravel eventually from one of our, like, ore processing locations, but those ones have not been playing nice. I guess none of them are really turned on enough. Oh, nope, that's stone. Yeah, this one might, eventually. But certainly at this point, you know, having that station that in the background is doing Marco... okay, that's a solid station. Field Command, I'm pretty sure, is also a solid station, if I remember correctly. Yes. Yeah, Field Command is here. Okay. So we need a couple more trains for solid hauling. Let's grab the stuff that we need for that from the base and get some rails made. We can make 2 or 3 more trains and get them in the system ready to go. While we're waiting for filtration media to finish bootstrapping. Some small things to fix, but that's okay. There's always small things to fix. Okay, and we do have glassware. We have lots of glassware now. Excellent. We have rubber. Not as much as I would like. Yeah, 2 of these aren't running. Eh? Yeah, that's not keeping up. I agree, game. But why? I probably just really need to be thinking about Mark II Oh, yep, that train being stuck is expected. I really need to be thinking about Mark II SAP, for one thing. This train being stuck is expected until... Oh. Are we deadlocked? Shoot, we're deadlocked. I was gonna say, until the gasoline drains, it's gonna want to sit here with its BTX load, and that's fine, quote unquote, except we're out of hot air. So I'm gonna have to go fix that. So let's grab what we need to make trains, for one thing. Shafts, brakes, gearboxes, duralumin steel. Oh boy, circuit boards. Small parts. A little more titanium. Okay. Alright, that's 2 of each there. That'll be fine. Let's go fix this fueling problem. Down at glass. And then we can head to the depot and get these 2 trains added to the system. I think the only thing I can really do here as a fix for this is to throw down some pumps and some tanks. Like a pump and a tank. Oh, come on. Finish. Work with me here. Work with me here. Okay, we're okay. Oh, that was silly. So that should be fine now. This will be able to do its thing. It'll swap around to BTX whenever it can. So let's drop a locomotive. Let's hop in. Go to depot. What do you mean no path? Oh, there we go. I don't often ride my trains. I really should more often. And then once we get to depot, I can set this up as a train for Cybersyn. All right, and we arrive at the world's strongest train depot. Yeah, depot for one. Well, what I'll do is I will add this, and then I will edit, and I will just assign it to the Cybersyn group. There we go. So these guys should now be scheduled as needed, just like the rest of the trains here. We're still just kind of waiting for gravel. Oh, here we go. This one's almost full. Let's head up there and let's ride that train when it comes along. What's this station? Tom Schuster. Alright, we should see a train departing momentarily. Yes, because this now has enough stuff. Although it might not come from the depot. It could come from any drop-off. Nope, there we go. Here's our train. And I will hop in. And yeah, gravel stacks pretty high. So once we deliver this stack of gravel, we're not going to have to worry about needing another one for quite a while down at the filtration media factory. And then, as far as nitrogen goes, I mean, we've got a bunch of it. But this system's probably stopped on, yeah, it's stopped on the nitrogen contaminant, and it will be stopped on nitrogen contaminant until we get that running. This is still waiting on coal dust. I added this extra coal dust station, did I not? I did, but it's slow. Fair. Fair. And also, I think I do need to put more inserters over there. As much as I was going to enjoy riding this train, I think we're gonna go fix that coal dust station. And then coal dust from our tailings dust processing will reappear, but it's going to take a little while. Alright, yeah, how much of this are we making? Not that much. Also, this was all just for emptying one of these, wasn't it? Yeah. Love cleaning stuff up. And yeah, we've only got 1, 2, that's 3 a second plus 0.075 times 16. Only 4 a second? A little over 4 a second. Okay. So yeah, we need, like, none of this. That's fine. Yeah, that'll be full of coal dust, which will go to one of the things that uses coal dust soon. That's fine. I've lost track of the gravel train. Should be on its way down to here. But who knows? Because it's gone. Could be this one. Could be this one. That one's got copper plates. I don't know what else I have that has demand for gravel. I guess just here. Which again should be a low priority station. So let's head on. Oh, did that do my delivery? Not yet. I'm concerned that that gravel went somewhere else, but I'm not sure where else somewhere else would be. Like, What even uses gravel? Asphalt. I see. Well, that's too bad. I didn't even think about that. Does this request a lot? No, just 3 stacks. Okay. So yeah, it went to asphalt first. Cool. That's cool. Oh, here we go. Tell me you're going to Dracul? Dracul. Yes. Okay. We will finally be making filtration media. Let's see if we can catch that train, because we want to go down there and see the whole thing turn on anyway. Oh, loading the gravel is so slow. This is where stack inserters would be helpful, but I'm going to have to redesign my stations around stack inserters. But it'll, like, well, it won't exactly have my loading and unloading time, but it'll help. There we go. Off we go. Oh, is this running again, by the way? Yes. But no? Unclear. Oh, it just turned itself back on. Okay. Cool. And with... There we go. Beautiful. And we might actually need one more inserter. There we go. That is filtration media. And it's going to take a hot second for this to, like, actually... What are these stacked to, by the way? Only 100. Okay. So yeah, it's going to take a hot second for this to get a stack built up in here and for that to get sent over to nitrogen processing. But I think that's it. I think that's filtration media running. I mean, nitrogen is already quote-unquote working. We just need the filtration media over here for it to be able to finish. Whatever's going on here. Coal to bees. Okay, sure. Why not? Why are these slow inserters and then fast inserters? Why do I do the things that I do? I think that's a quick fix, though. I think yellow inserters on both halves is more than enough for the number of barrels that actually come through. Although it seems like maybe blue inserters is the right choice if I want it to be able to run full speed. And all of this is looking fine. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 queens, 6 queens. Because there's one, well, maybe one in this recipe. Right now it's Schrodinger's queen. We won't actually know if it died or not. But that's good. We've got lots of queens. This should all be backing up pretty well. Yes, it is. How's honey? At 50 out of 100? Okay. Which means that it should be pretty available here. Yeah. Bitumen is totally backed up, of course. There's no... Wow. Alright. That is a lot of extra trains that we need. Why aren't these two running? Oh, because I never started them. Well, that'll help a little bit. It does look like we still need more trains, though, when everything is running at full capacity. Looking good. Yeah, this is plenty of everything here for this build. Yeah, I think that's a fine build. Think nitrogen is fine. Did I actually do anything like useful? I guess we got the new stone mine up. We got sand processing, which wasn't an exciting build, but it's done. Alright, a bunch of stepping stones today. But it is progress, nonetheless. Unfortunately, this stone build is very vertical. It's gonna be hard to take a screenshot of that. Maybe I'll find a different spot where I want to do the screenshot. Maybe I'll do it down here. Filtration media. Maybe this is the thumbnail. I still need more trains. Anyway, I think I'm going to call it here. Good progress made. Not as much of the things that I wanted to do, but still good progress made. We have some extra combs, so we'll actually be okay if we can't melt wax for a little while. But we will eventually start running out of comb if we don't fix this bitumen issue and get bitumen processing like really running. With a sink for BTX now, how are we doing here? Not as good as I'd like. So we might need more things that use BTX as their fuel. Or maybe I need to stop and think about the, like, how do I do generic fuels across the base, right? That's a thing that is worthy of pondering. Because I don't want to have to keep changing different systems to different fuels, like, as they become... to try to balance it manually, right? I just want it to work. I want it to just work. And I have done some thought about how it would work, but I haven't, obviously fully implemented anything yet. Alright, well, yeah, like I said, I'm going to call it here. good, I mean, good progress. That's several items on the to-do list done. So, yeah. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and thanks to the YouTube crowd as well. If you're on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that's always really appreciated. Or if you want to tune in live, there's a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. Yeah, I think that's all that I have to say. So thanks again, everybody. Tomorrow is Kerbal Space Program, as Wednesdays usually are, and then we will be back with Pyanodons on Thursday. So yeah, thanks again, and I will see y'all in the next one.